All right, we're live.
Yay!
Fucking goblins.
Oh, come on. We didn't even get you to a hype train. You're fine.
This time.
Yeah.
So, welcome back, everybody. This is what is this? Season 3, episode 3 of All the Stars in the Sky. Let's go ahead and just have somebody jump straight in. Who wants to get the recap?
I can give the recap.
Go for it. All yours.
All right.
No, carry on. I was just being funny.
Oh, okay. So last time what we did was we picked up kind of following the trail of Angelo and company. Angelo with 3 other friends. Some of them were being fought. Some of them were fighting many people. Some of them were getting terrible mistakes made as they faced down Jean, and Izzy went off to get a bucket, and God bless Izzy's bucket. And Aurelia and Benji had ended up in a nest and were trying to, the door had slammed shut. They were trying to get out. As they were trying to get out, other people, Wraith, Kaede, Baxter, ended up following theirs, being able to get to and kind of figure out where their location was, and started to head in. Lincoln himself, sorry as I'm jumping around a little bit, Lincoln himself had started out actually outside, and Lincoln had grabbed a couple of hosts and they went out to grab Lincoln's car. So they were going for his car and ended up realizing that Lincoln's car was being kind of watched. And a thrilling car chase ensued where Lincoln managed to outdrive the Shape, hopefully losing the Shape before making it back, but unfortunately costing Lincoln his bumper, which had been etched with many a voice symbol. But I think at least the Maw symbol is gone from it now because it was also on the bumper too. So that's one good thing. The damage to your car, Lincoln, has served a greater purpose. But Lincoln managed to make it back, and when he made it back, he got caught up and basically realized that they were kind of under attack from the gigantic, terrifying Furbies. But there was something a little odd about the Furbies that started to get realized as people were studying them longer. Wraith hit on the realization that there was something in the Furbies that was alive or that wanted to be alive, because one of the things that they kept on saying was that they didn't want to die. When everyone was able to get into the nest room, Wraith and Baxter called on In Her Teeth because there was something that needed to die because it had already died, and it was hanging on because of corruption and amalgamations of terror and pain and death and suffering that was keeping the many, many snippets of people that had died and that had been killed in experiments trapped. So they called on In Her Teeth and helped get them to leave so that they could finally die, which was a very, very gut-wrenching and heart-wrenching moment. Thank you. They found and were able to recover a pair of bodies that had essentially been at the center of the nest. A few folks were able to realize that they were a pair of twins that had been experimented on and that had died before we had gotten into the area and were being kept in as good of condition as they were just by old tongue and corruption and a lot of things regretting the fact that they were no longer alive. The bodies were pulled out and added to the morgue to be buried in the graveyard, where there are a number of people's graves also. And that was a very, very rough time. And then we all needed to go decompress and process.
Yes. That about sums up what happened. In the time since that point, you guys have been sort of working through and processing some of that trauma, and have since kind of come down. It's been a day and a half or so since that happened. That happened kind of the early morning hours of the 25th. It is now about midday of the 26th. We're going to go up the line and we'll see what everybody's up to. Just to give everybody an idea about what's going to happen today. We are going to be going through just seeing where everyone is at, what everyone is working on. And as we do that, we will then proceed to start figuring out how the Dawnbreakers are going to start tackling their next major challenge. So let's go ahead and start left to right on screen. Kaede, where are you at?
She's going to go talk to Atticus.
Okay. So it's about midnight. You can find Atticus in the infirmary. He is just finishing checking up on Kira. He's currently looking at her chart. What do you do?
Hey, Atticus, do you have a...
Oh, hello. Certainly. What can I do for you?
She looks super nervous. Doctors have, not been her thing. I was wondering if you could help me with something. Maybe I could help you? I don't know. Sorry, this is just, yeah.
He looks at you a little bit confused. Do you need help with something specific?
Back in Redacre, and she goes through the whole story about, the protocols and her dying, and
I see.
that the voice wants her because she's carrying information. And I was thinking maybe if you drew my blood, you could see maybe it would help you somehow, and we could also use it as evidence.
It's entirely possible. Yes, one moment. Sit over there. He points to a chair near desk, where there are a series of implements. He walks over to one of the cabinets and pulls out a fresh syringe in a package, a couple of sealed vials, without question, and then gestures for you to sit on the stool beside the desk.
Do I have to roll a will save?
Yes, you do, and you are going to be at disadvantage as you have a problem with needles, don't you?
A little bit, yeah. Six.
This is going to be a pretty big fuck you to speak as one. You're doing okay.
Okay.
You can grit your teeth and bear through this.
Yeah. So, can he see all the track marks on her arms, or are those gone?
No, they're still there.
Oh, lovely. So yeah, she'll sit down and take her jacket off. She's not happy about this, but she knows it's a big fuck you to them, so...
He sits at the desk, sets out his materials, puts on a fresh pair of gloves after he had washed his hands. So, I'm not going to ask your entire history. I suspect it's a storied one, he says as he kind of glances at you sidelong. That said, let us try and see what we can find out. Your arm, please.
She'll give him her arm.
He preps a tourniquet. He prepares to take your blood.
She's not happy.
How long ago did this happen?
October, January, February. We're in March, right?
It is March, the end of March now.
And that happened before or after sundown?
It was well before sundown.
So 4 months?
More than that. It's probably been 5 or 6.
5 or 6?
I don't know what the half-life of these chemicals is, but we will find out. You're going to want to close your eyes. In the meantime, why don't you tell me about your team, yes? What do you call yourselves? And he just kind of engages you in conversation as he gets ready to draw your blood.
Okay. The Dawnbreakers.
It's unusual to see a group of children running together as though they were some kind of government task force, but I suspect it's unrelated to any terms of normal life or engagement in this place. And he draws your blood. He takes 3 vials and sets them to the side.
I don't know if it'll help or if it's still in my system, but
Well, I guess we'll find out. I will also need to take samples of blood from your sister, your twin sister, as that will be an actually perfect way to identify what is different, what's still in your blood, and what it is.
okay. I can tell her to come up here.
I have to check in with her later this afternoon anyway. I will take it from her then.
I probably should have gotten this done sooner, but running for your life is kind of hard to find someone I can trust. So
It is, yes. Pardon me for asking this, Miss Lamphere. How is this common inside of that town?
them drugging you?
Chemical experiments of any kind.
Yeah. They're doing it right now.
I see.
I don't know what they're doing. I'm not really sure, but I know they're still doing chemical suppression. She's playing with her hands. She looks super nervous.
He takes the vials and sets them in a container in the fridge, and closes it, and comes back to the desk and sits down and writes a note, a nearly illegible note across a sheet of paper. I see. This level of trauma, physical, I suspect also mental trauma. He looks up at you.
Yeah.
Also common with your age group?
With kids from Redacre. Yeah.
All right.
What they did to me was, I don't know how to explain it.
Inexcusable, regardless of whatever it was.
I mean, my dad had a hand in it, so my sperm donor, not my dad.
Your parents are separated. I suspect your mother is outside, then?
For now, I spoke with her and she's on her way to try and find me.
I see.
It was the first time I've talked to her, and I let her know what was going on, and she said that she was going to find a way into Redacre, or Virginia, Redacre, and try to come find me. And my sister.
You have other siblings, by chance?
I have a brother, but he lives in Tennessee. He's a teacher.
Any other
Tennessee.
siblings inside of town?
Not like full siblings. I have an older sister named Tasha. She follows the boys, and we've never really been on good terms.
I suspect it would be too much to ask that any of you have medical records that could be fetched from within town.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, then I would like to begin your medical records anew, without the inherent bias of what you might find inside of town. I'll need to do that evaluation on you. You are carrying quite a lot of extensive neurological damage as well, aren't you?
Yeah. My ex-girlfriend stabbed me in the leg. She just kind of says it casually at this point.
Atticus pauses and just kind of actually looks up at you. I see. Right. Well, what I would like to do is take some time to test the enzymes left in your blood, determine if there is any chemicals left, if there is a half-life, what that half-life might be, and proceed from there to see to identify exactly what they are pumping you full of in that town. I suspect that they don't want you to escape, as your blood is valuable in that right. Very little information got outside of the radio quiet zone. They very much would not like external eyes to see what they have been doing.
No. They don't want me to escape because I'm evidence of what they're doing. So
It rarely lies. Well, in any case, it will take me some time to find results, but once I do, I would like to have another sit down with both you and your sister to discuss your medical history and what happened to you. I am not the trained therapist my sister is, but I can at least try to make some assessments and help where I can. If we are able to get this place set up as a tower, a cellular tower as it were, I might be able to contact some of my associates on the outside who would be an asset in this, what is apparently a war. Another one, for that matter.
I know they might have more information on what they're doing on the inside. Lincoln might know. He talks to someone from the inside, so I'm really not sure what they're doing.
Nothing good I can expect.
Probably not.
Right. Well, you have donated quite a lot of blood today, so you are prescribed food and bed rest. Go.
Okay. Thanks, Atticus.
Atticus
She's gonna-
is a good deal less warm and embracing as his sister, but he does still care in his scholar way. A TMC host he is.
She's gonna get food and go back to her room with Adam.
Benji, where you at?
Well, Benji and Aurelia have a quest.
Alright.
But also, Benji would be wanting to check in with Atticus and see how Kara's doing.
Okay.
So,
You head up to the infirmary to talk to Atticus, and you enter as Kaede is leaving. You see Atticus is writing notes at a desk, and that Kira is in her bed, not moving, but then again, if she were, that'd be a cause for alarm.
yeah. You busy? I can come back. I know this is kind of a...
One moment.
Okay.
Have a seat.
Benji shuffles over. He's also been working and talking with RTD, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He takes about 5 more minutes of kind of awkward silence or tense silence to continue scribbling out a series of notes that are nigh illegible to you. All of it in doctor's shorthand. It is scribbles. And then he snaps the notebook shut, sets it aside, and looks up at you. What can I help you with?
How's Kira doing?
Abel?
Okay. Is there anything that you need us to kind of look for that can help? I'm kind of not used to not having something that I'm doing.
Atticus takes his glasses off and sets them down on the table and looks up at you. I'm sorry to say that there is very little that can be additionally obtained to help your sister right now. It is ultimately up to the scholar and her that she is able to come out of this. The damage with the old tongue and her believing how deeply that damage would wreak its reach are both at play here. That said, there are things that you can do if you need occupied, yes?
I'm kind of really used to doing something, so yeah.
We always need more supplies in the infirmary. We are running low on certain painkillers. Is a large deficit in saline solution. Bandages are always appreciated. I can give you a list if that would help. Give you something to focus on.
Yeah. That would. Besides, it's stuff that we all kind of need, and we're gonna need a lot of it.
When was the last time you had a full night of sleep?
There's a very, pause and, a flick of his eyes as he looks up. I'm really having problems sleeping. Just in general. I'm working on it.
Are you also conditioned chemically?
Yeah. I don't have a really reliable memory of things, but, the adversary,
Of course.
and then, the makers. I went from adversary to makers, and I
By force.
yeah, after my dad caught me.
Atticus blinks twice. Was it your father's doing?
Yeah, I think so. He runs the youth center and recovery.
You are the second child today whose parents have effectively experimented on them.
Oh, wait until he tells them about the shroud on Kira.
Atticus folds his hands in front of him and takes a very deep breath. Is this also common inside of this town?
You don't know a lot about the town, right?
I do not know. I came here following someone else who's been here for a lot longer than I have.
Yeah, Dad's been doing stuff a while, and the whole hubbub before any of these kids even got out involved the makers doing this townwide already for years. We're actually talking years. My dad and I had a fight, or I got caught. It's still really, but that was 3 years ago. It's been going on way longer.
I see.
Put a whole town with the song pumping through it and subconscious manipulation. For a real long time, there was no moon. That's how deep things can get.
They hate the moon.
The makers are the sun, and the moon is the rest of them. They didn't like it. So there wasn't a moon.
He takes another deep breath. I see. And one final question for you. How many of you are in their eyes evidence of wrongdoing and therefore to be silenced.
Depending on what the club kids themselves have, they might all have it. I'm in a bit of hot water. Kara probably is too. Kaede, Aurelia. Those are the ones I can kind of figure offhand easily.
I see. All right. He
Kara-
scribbles some more furious notes, but he is still listening.
Kira had a shroud that Mom and Dad put on her.
He stopped writing again. A shroud.
Yeah, Pit Boss had to get some help in to the judge hosts that we were with. One of them, the one with the Jeep, I think.
Damien.
Yeah,
He says as if they've met.
he helped break it.
Say.
Is
Is the other Calvin here?
what?
The other Calvins.
Would that be a lore for Benji to know?
Yeah, probably. I don't think
Okay.
Benji did not fully meet Summer.
No, he was not exactly with it.
You were awake to overhear a conversation between some of the other members of the team when Damien had gotten there asking about Summer.
And I think Benji heard Kira having to relay about Connor.
Yes.
I think Summer's in town, I think.
Lovely.
The other one was in town.
Other one.
Connor, I think.
He looks a bit surprised.
Benji nods over to Kira. She was talking about it, but it got a little tense.
A younger. How old was Connor?
I don't know. Old enough for Kira to know. That's
Probably a child, so must be the son of Caleb by that. He scrawls another note.
Then he just kind of lets out a sigh. I don't have any of the meds and shit Dad was giving me, but I can try to. Wait, Wraith might have had some. Wraith had a script that my dad had given him, but I think he ran out. But he might remember that.
We'll see what he's got. All right. Thank you. As for things here, he looks over at Kira. Her brain activity is active. She's not vegetative.
So,
But there are spikes from time to time.
of what, fever? Good? Bad?
Brain activity.
That's good news, right?
It's news. As of yet, we do not know the cause nor the outcome, and so it is not good nor bad yet. So we will keep an eye on that. I am going to prescribe you some sleep aids as well to help. You need to adhere to a strict schedule. Your biological clock is probably fucked. He finally curses as he looks up at you again.
Benji kind of rubbing the back of his neck, looking uncomfortable. I am pretty used to going a couple of days or longer without sleep.
How old are you?
19.
How old were you when your father caught you?
I think I was 16.
So you spent 3 years barely sleeping, if at all.
I'll be real honest. I can't tell you a whole bunch until about maybe last year. I couldn't tell you kind of at all what I was doing most of the time. So I don't know.
Noted. All right. I'll let you know if there are any updates with your sister. For the time being, she's doing all right.
Okay. And if there's anything that changes, you'll let me know.
Of course.
Thanks. I have to take the sleep aids.
I would recommend it.
All right. Benny just kind of under his breath. You and Pet Boss are definitely about sleep.
It's a natural human function that your brain requires to survive.
Not in town.
Well, in town is wrong. He closes the notebook again.
That's probably the most succinct thing about town. All right. And you said that you'll give me that list of stuff.
Yes, I'll have it for you by this afternoon. I have to make my rounds.
Thanks. And for the time.
Of course. With that, he gets up and heads off to the other chamber for the infirmary. Do you do anything else?
Other than kind of going over to Kira's bedside and just giving her hand a squeeze. He'll stay there for a bit and then head out. He's looking for at least Aurelia and possibly Wraith, depending on if Wraith is still wanting to come along to try talking with Dax.
Okay. Off you go. Lincoln, where you at, buddy?
Hi.
Hi. How are you doing?
Not great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's up? What are you up to?
Well, the current plan of the motion is he's going to have to take a team out early in the morning to the construction site, take a flatbed truck out towards the junkyard, make this tower operational as a cell tower. And he's realizing that's probably going to be an entirely different driving mechanism from what he knows.
Yep.
So he is basically around the mess hall right now, just popping into the occasional huddles of different adults and asking if they know how to drive a commercial vehicle.
Go ahead and roll me a random.
Yay.
Let's see if you are prone indeed to disaster today.
I'm
You're
going to say
not.
no.
You start talking to some of these hosts. The first couple that you talk to, they look kind of just as lost as you are. They're kind of younger, maybe in their mid-20s, and they all just kind of say, no, not really, sorry. Eventually, you do kind of get to a group of sort of grizzled old, like men, and one tiny, also grizzled old woman, and they're just kind of sitting around a percolator that has been sitting on the stove that now they're just kind of passing around and drinking straight out of. And one of them looks up to you and just kind of gives you a nod, but does not speak. And the grizzled old woman just kind of says, Lawrence doesn't speak much, but yeah, he can drive a truck.
Cool. Is there any way I can get some pointers before, like, Kira and I head out on a mission tomorrow? We're trying to get supplies for to make this radio tower operational.
Lawrence gives you a nod. Lawrence is kind of in his later 50s. He's got very, very long black hair, kind of darker skin, very dark brown eyes. He's got like a scar across his face. He gives you a nod and gets to his feet, and kind of gestures for you to follow him.
Lincoln will do just that.
And he leads you down into the loading dock, where there are a couple of small freight trucks. And he gestures to one of the freight trucks and then signs to you, do you speak in sign?
Lincoln will nod as he signs back. It's one of the main courses that we were taught in town.
He will reply to you in sign that he is deaf. He cannot hear, but he has been reading your lips. And he knows that you need to learn how to drive a truck, and says that he will teach you.
Okay. Cool. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lawrence.
And so Lawrence just has you go jump up into the driver's seat, hops into the passenger seat, and then starts moving your focus around the control panel, around the controls, the pedals, asks if you know how to drive a stick, and so on and so forth. And
the answer is yes on the stick. Yeah.
And he will teach Lincoln how to drive a commercial vehicle. Lincoln, you can go ahead and take the aspect truck driver in training.
Okie dokie.
And we'll check back in with Lincoln because that's going to take a couple of hours. Wraith, where are you at, buddy?
He's probably lost.
What are you doing?
He is walking around the tower because after he talked with Benji about trying to relearn how to remember things, he decided to walk around and try to see if he can remember what's what and where.
Okay.
Don't know if that's going well or not, but his goal is to start on one side and try to make his way back to the infirmary so he can see what Charlotte's condition is.
So you're trying to, based on your memory, navigate to the infirmary. Go ahead and roll me. Go ahead and roll me an investigate.
Yeah, I just boosted that.
And also roll me a lore.
Oh god.
Investigate first, lore second.
That's the goose. Yeah. And lore's kind of flat. Hey, not terrible.
Not terrible at all. You wander to one end of the facility, this large, basically bunker, and then start making your way back. It takes you a little bit of memory, just kind of wandering around for a bit before you find something that starts to look familiar. You notice the plaques on the walls, you start taking note of them, you start sort of memorizing the path back to the infirmary, and you do eventually, with the context clues of everything around you, and also just from some memory markers, you do make your way to the infirmary. You head to long-term care, I assume?
Yup.
Okay. You step into long-term care. You see that Kira's there. Atticus is at his desk writing some notes out. Benji is leaving as you come in. And Charlotte is sitting up in bed, polishing her walking stick. By which I mean her gun.
She's armed with the stick. He's gonna go over to her.
She will give you a nod as you approach.
He will sit nearby and look at her for a bit, like, are you feeling better?
He will sign to you. I am feeling better, although my leg will take some time to heal.
Mines are sort of healing, so just some time, I guess.
She will sign to you. They hit a major artery. I was quite surprised to live.
Not if that makes sense. You're pretty strong.
She shrugs and then signs to you, "What can I help you with, young one?"
Wanted to check on you and then maybe ask you for some more pointers with shooting.
She looks at you and tilts her head thoughtfully. And signs, "Instruction necessitates presence and practice. When I am able to stand, yes, I will instruct you further." She looks over at Atticus at the desk, who's not paying attention to you guys, and looks back and says, "The stuffy doctor man insists upon 3 more days."
Like, I also have to talk to him. I'm not sure if I want to. He just makes a face of that, one of those faces where he knows he should and he needs to. He doesn't want to.
She signs, "He means well."
I know, but doctors, yeah. I'll do it. I won't like it. I'll do it.
She gives you a nod, and a pat on the head.
Yay, Pat. He's going to enjoy his head pats and then he's gonna start to leave, but turn back and see, is the tribe still doing well? Are they still around?
She pauses for a moment. The tribe is well, though fewer in number now. The war against our target. And she had paused as if she might have named him, but then decided he wasn't deserving of naming. And then continues, "Our target, the war with our target, has escalated. Those we protect are in danger, more now than ever."
He's going to nod. Like, well, I guess I better get to training then. There's a few here, which we can look after, but with the target being mobile, I guess we'll have to step our game up.
He gives you a nod and signs, "They will be coming soon. It is unlikely they will wish to be within these walls. I am not fond of them myself. But it is time to combine forces. In this case, the enemy of our enemy may not be our friend, but they may still be our ally."
Still thinking about it, it's like, is there anyone in particular you mean at the moment?
He signs the Chained Wolf.
Funny you mention him. I actually sent him a message. I don't know if he'll reply. Usually I go poke one of his hosts in the forehead to get an answer, but I'm kinda sure she's probably gonna punch me in the face.
Things for him will soon change. Caution from here out.
Keep an eye out.
She gives you a nod and returns to polishing her stick.
He is really hoping that that thing's not loaded right now. And he's gonna go see what Atticus is doing.
Atticus is writing in his journal again. It has been a few minutes as he comes back from the other room and has sat down as you had gone to talk to Charlotte. And he doesn't glance up, but he gestures to the stool beside his desk. Which trauma are you here to speak about today? He then finally looks up at you.
Like, man, you have had a day, haven't you?
He pauses for a moment as he weighs how to answer that question. I have never met a group of children so thoroughly traumatized, wounded, and otherwise in desperate need of help. Particularly not in one day, so that is the sort of day I've been having, but I suspect that it is going to continue that way for some time, and I'd better get used to it. How can I help you?
I was gonna actually ask about physical therapy.
Your legs, correct? And
Wait.
lungs?
Yeah.
He flips in his notebook. Go ahead and roll me a notice. You can see that despite how terrible his penmanship is, you can kind of make out what some of these loops mean. And you see that he has a page of this notebook dedicated to each of you. And he flips to your page, and you see that there are some notes about your physical condition. He has the lung issue. He talks about the wounds that you'd had treated, the issue with your legs, and he then scribbles something else that you can't really read.
Ah, who? He's writing in doctor again.
He is writing very fluently in Doctor, and alas, most of you do not speak or write Doctor. And so he takes a couple of notes. Typically, I will assess your physical state and determine what physical therapy is necessary, and then refer you to the correct person. Unfortunately, I do not have a clinic at my beck and call. That said, I do have William, and he is not doing anything important at the moment.
Neat.
The goal here, I believe, is attempt to restore as much functionality in your legs and lungs as is possible. We're going to need to focus on cardiotherapy and muscle problems. What did you do to your legs? I think...
I ran 8 miles. Out.
All right. We're going to need to take some scans. I believe I may need something to view deep tissue issues before I know exactly what the problem is with your legs. But that said, yes, we can get you started. A couple of you are going to need help, I suspect.
Yeah. Yeah. I imagine it's a little worse for the others. I actually hadn't been in town that long.
I suspect the trauma that you might endure inside of that town merely escalates over time in an exponential fashion.
That would depend if the talking heads like you or not, but sounds about right.
Alright, duly noted. Alright. Let's schedule a time to get you in for some scans. We're going to need the equipment to do so. I don't know that the CT scanner here is any good. He looks over at it and just kind of glares at it as if it has insulted him in some way. It looks back to you. I'll add that to the list of things that I need you and your team to look for when you go out for supplies. You are remaining back and... You are going to be taking up the rear in things until you've started your therapy, yes?
That's the plan unless the worst case scenario happens.
Noted, as he takes a note. Alright, yes. In that case, once I have figured out what is wrong with this devil machine, we will schedule some time to get you scanned, and we will build a curriculum for your physical therapy.
Have you tried having a mechanic look at it?
No. Sensitive medical equipment needs more than simply a mechanic.
Well, if you get a mechanic and then you look at it at the same time, you get
That's
results,
not
right?
how that works.
Oh, I don't speak medical. Okay.
Alright, is there anything else I can help you with?
Ray thinks about it and it's like, which way is the garage?
Downstairs, otherwise I have no idea.
Okay, I'll find it. That's about it? He looks around a bit, thinks about it, he's like, no, I think I'm good. I'm sure my friends will be here in time to talk to you at some point. All the ones that haven't already.
I'm suspecting I'll need to hunt the rest of them down to complete evaluations on physical states, especially after some of you have had to have surgery. But yes, when we are ready to start taking scans of you, I will let you know.
Ray stand up like, good luck with your devil machine.
He holds up a hand, reaches into one of the cabinets, and produces a refill for your inhaler. This is a different steroid. It should ease your episodes a little better.
He will take the inhaler and put it in his pocket. Thanks.
Right.
He is back off to explore the facility.
You head off in search of the garage. Kira will come back to you.
Okay.
Aurelia, you what are you doing right now? While Benji is talking to Atticus, where are you at in the facility?
We're not doing this again.
You gotta be doing something. Unless
I
you're
know,
standing in a corner.
I figured something out this time.
Okay, what are you doing?
Because Aurelia might probably be nearby where Benji went. She would probably be thinking about what might have felt off during hosting, because she still hasn't figured that shit out.
So you're trying to kind of dig through. You had felt something when you had taken on Hunter Strong and become his host, and you're trying to kind of puzzle your way around that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you sitting in a quiet place, or are you just kind of wandering around?
Probably wandering around the more quieter places.
Okay.
She is a wandering bean.
Okay, so you kind of meander around. You head down to one of the quiet rooms. There's like a reading room downstairs, and you're just kind of meandering as you try to introspect as to what may not necessarily be correct or feel right with your hosting. Go ahead and roll me two things. Roll me a lore and an insight.
Let me do the lore first.
At least I'm not asking you to roll your will.
That would have been better than the lore. That was the fun thing. Because the lore is a tiny bit that it got stuck.
You remember the feeling of Hunt the Strong's presence being stronger in your mind. You remember the way it felt like he sort of settled in your brain, but you don't have much of a frame of reference for what it's supposed to feel like. And that makes it very difficult for you to understand what doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to you because you feel you are being tugged on almost, like your attention is being snagged by something that you don't want to focus on. Like there's something in periphery vision moving and you want to look at it, but you're focusing on something else. It's that kind of feeling, but you don't fully know if maybe that's just how hosting works, or if there is indeed something wrong with your connection to Hunt the Strong or with Hunt the Strong himself. You can probably guess, knowing what you do, about that Hunt the Strong's himself has been changed, modified, that it could have something to do with that. What you can put together from this kind of introspective session is that what you're probably going to need to do is talk to a couple of different hosts of different voices and ask them if they remember the moment they became hosts and if they can describe what it felt like. You know that their perspectives on it are ultimately going to be the only thing that you can actually reference when you can figure out what is wrong. The only other way that you can think of to maybe make that connection or figure it out is to ask someone to examine you on a deeper level than just the surface of your skin. So you're going to want to talk to somebody maybe who has either dream walking abilities or some kind of other old tongue ability that would allow them to peer into your mind and look at the connections in your memories and your thoughts and feelings.
Oh boy.
You're sitting here, you make these kind of connections and assumptions. You do have a little bit of a worry that it is related to the leash.
Yeah. Yeah, that thing has been bothering her for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. The issue is... the one thing that I was like, I have an idea who I might poke in regards to voices, but there's not many hosts around for that one.
Which one?
The class moth.
Atticus is a host of TMC.
Atticus like, oh yes, I will get everyone here at this point.
All right, sit down. What's your trauma dump? You do know that Atticus is a host of the Measure Cuts.
Everyone like, okay. But hey, at least this would allow Aurelia to see where Benji is, and Benji knows, she's going there.
So, Aurelia, you're going to go talk to Atticus now?
Atticus can get his whole set.
Yeah.
He
like
basically...
It's like Pokemon.
He got the SEO folks already in one place.
It's Atticus's favorite day, and by which I mean he is very tired.
He'll be way more tired once he's done with that.
So you head into the infirmary to go talk to Atticus.
Mm-hmm.
You walk in as Wraith is leaving. And Atticus looks up and pauses for a moment as he sees that you're coming in. And he sighs and he pulls a notebook out and he gestures to the stool.
Aurelia would go over and just plop down on the chair for now.
So, Skylar Aurelia, yes?
Yeah.
Physical injury, mental trauma, or both? He then looks up at you again.
My god. I don't think it's physical.
Mental trauma, then. He starts taking notes. What can I help you with?
I don't know. Like, I'm hosting the Hunter, and I don't know how to explain it specifically, because I don't know how hosting feels like, but I felt like something was off, and I'm not so sure about it. What it might be, if it is a worry that I should be worried about, or if it's nothing.
He jots down a couple of notes. How long have you been a host to the Hunter? If you know.
I kinda...
Oh, shit, when did you start hosting? It's probably been about 5 or 6 months. Or no, it's hosting not quite. It's probably been about 4
Yeah,
months.
He had been a chosen for 5 to 6.
So you're probably now coming up on your second or third month as a host.
A second or third month as a host at this point, I would guess.
He pauses. I need to ask you a strange question. Did you have any contact with the hunter prior to his learning of the chain?
No.
Interesting. He scribbles notes. And you've been a host for his for some time. You understand there is a chain there. What is the... Are you afflicted by something? Or merely that it feels strange?
I would say it felt strange, but I cannot really say if it is supposed to be that way or not. It's hard to explain.
No, I understand. He takes another note. To understand properly the connections in your mind and whether or not they are malignant in a matter of fashion, we will need to explore your mind itself. That's not an easy task, nor is it a quick one. He starts writing a few things down. I am not a skilled dream walker, as it happens. I've always been quite terrible at it. That said, he sighs. I think I'll need to speak to Damien, which is unfortunate.
Okay. Well, it
Hold on.
does need to happen. Probably.
How long have you been aware of the presence of the voices or demons, or however it is you refer to them as?
Next question? I don't really
He looks up.
know. I have known for a long time since I had been in Radiga. I just don't know when it started.
You did not have contact with the hunter prior to your, I suspect, exodus from town, or at least not long, and did not have contact prior to his or elucidation about his state. So, where did your devotion lie before that?
Talking Heads, the Sires.
He makes a note. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask this. Were you the subject of any experimentation, mental, chemical, or otherwise, during your time within the city bounds? The town's boundaries, rather.
I don't think so. I do know, however, that I apparently have a brother, a biological brother, who I don't remember.
He pauses and looks up. You do not remember your brother.
No, I thought I was an only child, so. And I have learned that not too long ago either, so it's. I'm not sure if it's true, but if the others say it's true, it probably is true.
And this biological brother is still in town? I assume your parents
Yes.
are as well?
Yep.
Right. And you do not recall your brother in any fashion?
Nope.
So memory suppression or mental experimentation, likely. your parents aware of your brother?
I don't know. Otherwise, they probably would have told me. I just don't know.
Unless you were lied to, which I'm finding equally more likely by the minute, given the stories I've heard today alone. So, we need to organize a dream walk for you. You will likely need a chemical aid. So chemicals I would need. And he's talking to himself as he takes notes. And check into memory suppression. Right. You don't recall any torture of any kind, I hope?
No.
It's a plus. Okay. When we are ready to conduct your analysis, I'll let you know.
All right.
In the meantime, I'd like you to keep a dream journal if you could. That will help us identify if there are any things that are manifesting subconsciously. He opens the desk and hands you a little notebook and a pen. Keep track of them if you would, please, and let me know if anything unusual happens.
I will try my best.
He opens his notebook and scrolls down a couple more things. Very well. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, that was everything for now.
Right. He goes back to his notes.
Perfect. Time to run off to go find Benji and then the big issue at hand.
Bunji's probably, he saw Wraith go in. He's probably looking for Aurelia, so not hard to find.
Benji and Aurelia, you are reunited in the hallway just outside of the infirmary. The two of you wanted to go talk to Dax, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go to track him down. You find Dax in one of the quiet rooms in the sub-basement on the other side of the facility from where the death room is. You find him with a couple of other club kids that you vaguely recognize, mostly from your stalking days. And as both of you step inside, Dax looks up, pauses, tenses for a moment, and then relaxes as you can kind of see the expression on his face and like read in his eyes that he is worried for an instant because a pair of stalkers just walked in the door, and then reminding himself we're all on the same side of the war right now, and he lets that tension go. And he gets to his feet and approaches both of you. Hey guys, what's up?
Don't think we've ever really met, and Benji offers a hand. Benji. By reputation, probably.
From a distance as well. Long story. He shakes your hand, and you realize that there might be some memories of of things that you've done when you were suppressed or asleep, or in the song. You maybe don't fully recall. You're not sure who you've stalked.
Yeah. Well, especially with how long too, for Benji at least.
Yes.
He has a kind of look of just, he's a little puzzled by that. Okay. Sorry?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's great. Aurelia mentioned you, well, you wouldn't happen to have brought some of the, he looks over at Aurelia, Dex, right?
Oh, you power decks?
Yeah.
We have a few, not a ton, but yeah, we have a few extras. What do you guys need?
He looks over at Aurelia. It's just like, oh.
Or I would just look at Dax. I don't know what Benji might be good at. It's for him since he doesn't have one, and he might need one once we go out again.
Got it. Yeah, let me, Hey, Ash, go grab the trunk. And kind of a smaller, mousy-looking girl jumps up. She's got like shoulder-length curly brown hair. She jumps up and kind of gives him a real quick salute and races out of the door. And she comes back with like a small trunk. Opens it, kind of rummages through it for a minute, and then produces a couple of decks. We've got a takedown deck. We've got 2 unstoppable decks, and we've got a hacker deck over here too. We had drone decks, and then she looks at another kid who's sitting in a chair, who kind of shrinks down in the chair and covers his face until they caught fire.
How did the deck...
Don't
catch-
ask.
Okay. Yep, not asking.
What's your play style?
Aggressive usually.
She picks up the takedown deck and hands it to you.
Thanks. Another kind of odd question I was hoping. You guys wouldn't happen to have any spare phones from town, would you?
We used to. All but 2 got nuked when the network, whatever happened, before the address, or after the address, you know? The 2 that we have are the only 2 that we have left. All the rest of our phones are toast.
Okay. Shit. Okay. Benji looks over at Aurelia. All the hardware smoked off on them. We're trying to get a couple of phones, well, at least one phone kind of replaced.
It's not all the hardware. You might be able to take some of the busted ones and cobble together some working phones if you want to give that a shot.
Would you mind if we tried that?
Go for it. And the girl Ash rifles through the trunk again and hands you 5 broken phones.
Benji takes them.
You may add
And just-
5 busted phones to your inventory.
Yay!
Huzzah.
Well, we can try to get them repaired.
Dax pauses for a moment. I wanted to talk to you guys too. Have you heard from in town lately? We haven't been able to talk to anybody in months.
Kinda, yeah. We've got some patchy communication to, Misfits team, I think? Arcana.
That tracks.
Benji just makes a kind of vague gesture. Apparently most of these kids know them, so,
She ran with your sister.
yeah. So, yeah, they, it's kind of spotty, but the leader, Glasses, bad with people, but don't take it personally, really. Lincoln, he's the one who's generally got the best reliable contact. We're trying to get the tower repaired to bridge the networks back to town. You want me to pass the word to him?
Yeah. I think I need to talk to him a bit more too. So yeah, if you could do that.
Yeah. I do have another way I can talk to Arcana, though.
Oh.
I've got another phone that's working. It's just, he pulls out his stalker phone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Got
it. I figured out how to disable the stalker mode finally. But it didn't get fried.
I guess there's that. I got a short rundown from Lincoln, but I think I need more of a bigger picture. This is just one part of the, I guess we're calling ourselves the extended club. Or the branch out in the RQZ. Your guys' team leader is Lincoln, yeah?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
our team lead. If you head him up, if there's anything that you guys need, I think we're planning on hitting some scav runs pretty soon.
Honestly, this is more stuff than we've had in months. I don't know if you guys have been roughing it too, because this place looks like it just got taken, but I'm just happy to have a bed right now, you know?
We've been circling out of an RV, some tents, and kind of moving every day to a couple of days since I think they left town.
Yeah, that tracks. Alright, well, I'll let you know. We're just trying to recover. It was kind of a rough time getting here.
Yeah, he looks at the deck. I know you said you don't have some of the other decks. I know someone who might be able to make them again.
That'd be great.
I'm gonna take this one over to him and see what he can do.
Cool, sounds good.
He's also made a couple others.
What?
Yeah. Like, he looks over at Aurelia. There's one that she's got that fucks the song up.
What?
Aurelia at that point would pull out the deck and show it to Dax.
He looks at the cards, flabbergasted. Holy shit, what? This is huge.
Yeah, it's really
We-
gets the attention.
Can we get these inside? They need them inside.
We're trying to. The problem is getting them there. But
The border's shut down, yeah, I know. Well, maybe we can my group here doesn't have anything to work on. Maybe that can be what we do while you guys try to figure out getting this place set up. We'll see if we can try to find a way to run things back into town.
if you can, that's a lot better than my idea, which admittedly was probably pretty risky.
Well, I'll give it some thought and see what we can do.
Okay, if you can do that, I know he wants to get them back in. He's a gambler host. I'm trying to get them back into those guys. And
Yeah,
the rest.
I could use it. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. I'll start thinking about how we want to do that.
Cool. Yeah, if we can find a better way, it'd be a lot easier. Otherwise, we can kind of use a red door maybe, but that's going to be risky.
I wouldn't. But let's find another way first. Or try to find another way. Last resort, you know?
Yeah. But he just kind of rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, last resort. Thanks.
No worries.
And for not panicking.
Yeah. Old habits, you know?
Let me know if anyone gives you guys problems too.
Yeah,
I'm
will do.
hoping everyone keeps. But good to, I guess, meet you again.
Yeah, you too.
His elbows earlier. You think if we find the tech head, see if she can make something out of the phones?
Worth a shot.
I mean, there's 5.
Hmm.
They don't look like they caught on fire. Like yours.
It was one phone.
Uh-huh. Okay. Thanks. And yeah, glasses, Lincoln. He manages to avoid saying punchable as part of the description this time. He's got a good idea of what we're going to be working on, and Chance is who you're looking for about the decks.
Got it.
I'll see if I can track him down and let him know, but I'll see if he can. I know someone who's got a drone, I bet. We might be able to get some more of those and the rest made.
All right, sounds good.
It
He
is.
gives you a nod.
Benji returns the nod and looks over at Aurelia to see if there's anything else that she wants to say.
Nah, she just turned silent. She's awkward bean.
Stay awake, I guess.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And he just turns and starts walking off hopefully before RTD snarks on anything.
You can feel the snark, but he spares you the words.
Okay. Yes. With a plethora of broken phones, they're trying to find Alex now.
Okay. So Aurelia and Benji head off to go find Alex, who, as it so happens, is next up in the turn order. So where is Alex at right now?
I'm imagining probably in the infirmary.
Getting your hand checked out?
And the leg still, because she had to work on the leg for a while, I think, according to how bad her role was for it.
Okay. William is the one that is talking to you and kind of checking out your leg. He's already bandaged your knuckles and kind of chastised you for punching a wall, particularly a wall that is made out of cement. There's a wet boy under my chair, sorry.
The boy.
He's Zoom.
Currently, Alex is like, she gets antsy and uncomfortable anywhere in medical settings, so she's not liking being there, but knowing she has to be there for a while.
So Benji and Aurelia, you find Alex in one of the infirmary rooms, and you see that William is tending to her legs right now. And William pauses as you approach. Oh, hello. How can I help you?
Was actually looking for. He points over to Alex. Her. We can wait. You look like you're in the middle of something.
Yeah, give me a moment. Just finishing up. This is what you're going to need for your therapy. All right. He scribbles out a note, which covers a couple of medications that are painkillers, some anti-inflammatories, and some stretches and routines that you're going to be doing kind of on your own before your physical therapy starts every other day. So you do the stretches daily, et cetera, et cetera. And so he is, he hands that off to you, Alex. And with that, your visit concludes and he lets you go.
So she's gonna get back up on her crutches and be a little annoyed she has to start physical therapy again, but granted, it's been a few years, she has been neglecting it. So she looks over at Benji and Aurelian kind of pause a little and is like, what are y'all looking for me for?
Benji pulls out one broken phone, and then a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Okay, so there might be enough parts in these to make one whole phone that works. Aurelia's is busted. We got them from Dax.
Most of our phones are busted.
Yeah, I know. Can you try to fix this for her? Make a phone that she can use?
I need to see hers.
Her phone's smoked.
Her phone is
Can-
going to not be capable of fixing. When you hear that her phone was smoking, Alex, you know instinctively that phone's toast.
Is the SIM card toast in it, or is it still salvageable?
The SIM card is salvageable. The hardware is not.
Yeah, so she needs to get the SIM card out of it is what she needs.
So, Alex, you know that with the parts of these 5 phones, you can probably cobble together a working cell phone, but it's going to take you some time.
It's gonna take me a while to do, and we still need to get everyone else's replaced. Plus, I'm still working on the tower with the others.
I know we need to get everyone else's replaced. Can you do this for Aurelia and me?
It's gonna take a while.
That's fine. We can also look for other phones. These are just what we were able to get.
And all the phones are all the same phones, right? The Chorus brand phones?
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm gonna have to take a look at it, see what it is. I might have to get some other hosts who are a bit more familiar with working on telecommunications electronics, but I'll poke at it to see what I can do.
Can you let us know once you've got it done? Like I said, I know it's going to take time.
Yeah, I'll let y'all know when I get it done. If I can get it done.
Well, if you can't, just give them back and just like, maybe I'll throw things at Kara.
Careful, because she's got the skills to turn around and turn this throw right back at you, I think.
Yeah, if she did that, she'd wake up. I'd take it.
Still not awake.
No.
She kind of looks like a little, like for a moment, just like worried and crestfallen, and then it like goes right away. Well, I'll get back to my room, do whatever the doctor says first, and then poke at these for a while.
Thanks. Yeah, just let us know when you can. I appreciate it.
You know where to find me, because I'm not going where too many times.
What power deck do you run? Deck thing?
You haven't met my drone?
I've got a really bad recall of these. I don't know what they all do. That's why I asked.
I'm the only one who still runs drone anymore. Kyrus has kind of taken up position as our relay.
I might ask Chance if he can take a look at your deck and see if he can copy it. Dax said they don't have any drone decks anymore. There was a fire, I think. I'm not sure. Something happened. But would you mind if he maybe tries to copy it at some point?
Sure. Sure, as long as I get it back for a mission.
Yeah. I don't know if he can, but I figure it's worth trying.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I can pass it on.
Thanks. Okay. He elbows Aurelia. Where to next, Pipsqueak?
I don't know. Maybe some food?
Okay.
And some coffee for you if you need one.
Oh god, I need more coffee. Oh,
Just one word that was needed, the coffee.
all this fucking talk about sleep. Benji is gonna turn and go in search of coffee.
Before Benji fully leaves, Aurelia would look over to Alex and be like, thanks regardless. I will see you later. And then just rushes after Benji.
Alex is gonna make her way to her room on crutches. Trying to handle a bunch of phones now.
There's probably a baggie for them. Where your meds.
Will
Back-
everything fit in that bag?
Put them on a backpack and then put it on your shoulder. Put it in the bag. That should work.
Drug bag.
Yeah, drug bag.
Okay. Alex, you get the 5 broken phones. Aurelia, do you hand over your toasty phone?
Yep. That thing that's more than a crisp with that 55 I got.
It smells like smoke, Alex. It smells like an electronic fire. This thing definitely sustained some damage.
Oh, lovely, the smell of smoke.
You get that from Benji, and then you head off. Where do you go?
Back to her room.
Okay.
She's kind of been sticking mostly to herself, and so nursing her wrapped broken knuckle, she'll just kind of busy herself with taking a look at the phones for now.
Do you have a moment?
I've got several. What do you need?
It's been some time since I've been able to answer the ad you sent me. But I did hear it. If you would like to be one of my chosen, I would be happy to have you. I must warn, though. Affiliation with me is a target on your back. And there is a level of vulnerability that you will have.
I've already got the Reaper after me, so what's another target?
It could be nothing or everything. But yes, I would be happy to have you as my chosen. You need to make the sacrifice, I believe is what you call it. But easily done, yes?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've done one, but yeah.
Alright.
You sure you want me with all my problems I got?
I would not be compassionate otherwise.
If only the world had more of that.
There's more than you think. There is more to speak about, but not for now. We'll speak again soon, yes?
Yeah, alright. I gotta see what I can do to salvage some phones anyways.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thanks for responding too.
Of course.
And you feel the presence of lay on hands fade, but you feel it not fade fully. You kind of feel her there with you.
It's kind of a different feeling from how Innerte's presence is.
Yes. Where In Her Teeth is kind of cool and dark and calm. Lay on Hands is a little bit more warm, a little bit more energetic, but it is also a little gentler as well.
And she's kind of takes a deep breath and just focuses on that, and like having not felt something like that in a long time, and then just puts herself to task.
Okay. I'll have Alex periodically roll some mechanics to see how far she gets. Mean.
Yeah.
Where are you at right now?
Jean, what time of day is it?
It is about 1 p.m.-ish.
All right. Jean's probably outside. Kind of, I guess, just following the fence, checking the perimeter, kind of looking around, making sure that, he can still see the burnt remains of the forest.
They're still there. They haven't gone anywhere. That
Cool.
forest definitely did burn.
How about he's kind of just checking, like, the integrity of the fence, because he figures that if this is going to be their home, this is going to be their base, turn it into a fort, make it something.
The fence needs work. It is just like a chain link fence. You do see that kind of off ahead, there are some hosts that are repairing a hole in the fence right now. They're kind of putting plywood over the hole and trying to like cover it up as best as they can. But you see a little ways further down from them, there are like four or five people sort of taking measurements, and you see that they are what looks like they're planning to build maybe not a fence, but perhaps a wall around the building. As they're taking measurements and kind of scoping things out, you see one of them has like a can of spray paint and is making markers on the ground as they prepare to do some kind of structural reinforcement or something new in order to protect this place.
Okay.
The forest is much further back from the building than it had been when you got here the first time.
Okay.
It's not our fault.
I mean, it is your fault.
It's kind of our fault.
Distinctly our fault.
It is. It's pretty much our fault. And Gene is just kind of like, I guess, he's got an executioner strapped to his back. He's got the little half cape on him, and he's just kind of watching, just kind of, I guess, making the rounds. Literally just making the circle patrol around the entire compound. Just trying to get a lay of how much extra supplies they're going to need to even just make this place secure.
Go ahead and roll me a couple of things. Roll me a notice.
Okay.
Roll me an insight. And then roll me a random.
All right. Let's see. Notice. No danger sense, right?
No danger sense. You're just you're taking the lay of things, looking around, just checking into things.
All right. So that's notice. What else?
Insight.
Insight. Okay. And then, is there anything else, or is that it?
Random.
Random. Got it.
Oh no! Shit.
That's still a high roll, even if it is a tick.
Oh, my face twitched when it happened.
As you've been wandering the perimeter and seeing people come and go, you get the idea that there are probably close to 1,000 people that are here now, who have been filtering in slowly over time. For every one of your rounds, you see a new small group of people at the gate, talking to the hosts that are there. So you would imagine there's probably at least 700 or 800 people, possibly 1,000 people inside of the building. And you know that there are a lot of efforts going on right now to sort of place everyone somewhere. There are a lot of dormitory areas. There are this facility was designed to hold a lot of people, and it was designed to hold them for a very long time. A lot of the medical section that had been there has been torn apart, and they're constructing new dorm rooms, new places for people to be, trying to basically set this place up as a long-term location. You see a lot of kids kind of making their way in. You can tell that some of those kids are probably expats from Redacre who left maybe around the same time that you guys had, and also got stuck in the RQZ. So you see a lot of different people. You can tell that there's going to be a lot of supplies that are needed, but you also kind of get the sense that no one here is like here on a free ride, you know. Everybody's kind of pulling their weight. There's a lot of coordination going on, trying to figure out how to get enough food to feed all of these mouths. You see that within the bounds of like the fencing area, people have started tilling soil and started planting things as they get ready to try to survive here for as long as possible. And it is late spring, and so it's time to start. Time to start the farm. And so you guys have a lot that is going on. And as you're watching all of this and all this cooperation of all these different people from all these different backgrounds and just hundreds of different walks of life, you have kind of a sense that you guys are sort of at the center of all of this. You won this place, you saved this place, and you saved these people's lives. And they're kind of looking to you guys for direction. And that thought just kind of hits you as you're watching these people work.
Okay. Jean, as this thought kind of just surrounds him and kind of makes its presence known, he usually walks, pretty freely, his arms at his side, but now they slowly start to close. He folds his arms across his chest as he just kind of peeks around, seeing what needs the most help, and he'll actually try to help. He'll, like, if they need something to lift, he'll lift. If they need an extra hand tilling the soil, he'll do that too. Or just, directing kids from the gate towards the compound where they need to go.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a rapport and an empathy. Go ahead and take a +2.
All right. Rapport. Let's see.
And go ahead and also throw in a physique in there since you're hauling stuff around.
Okay. Rapport.
Rapport, and then empathy, and then physique.
All right. So then here's empathy, and then physique. Got it.
Yep.
Is that also a +2 or just flat out?
That's just your flat physique.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. You talk to a lot of different people as you're out here doing this. You talk to a lot of kids, you direct them towards the building. A couple of them recognize you, ask you, hey, aren't you a club kid? And they make their way inside. You talk to a lot of families that have managed to scramble back together. You see a lot of people that don't have their families, who are kind of here alone, who maybe didn't have their families wake up with them when they were able to get away. You talk to people from all over the place. You help them, haul over the supplies in order to patch the holes in the fence. You help with the farming, and that's how you spend your afternoon, learning about these people, kind of building this rapport with them. And then go ahead and add a new aspect for me as you're doing all of this. Add the aspect community protector.
Okay.
At about 2-3 p.m. or so, Izzy rushes out to find you and throws your cape over your shoulders.
Jean, it's lunchtime.
Lunchtime already?
It's been lunchtime.
Has it been? I've been busy.
Well, come eat.
Okay. Do you know what they
Superheroes
got?
have to have fuel for the engines.
For the engines.
Yes. I made mac and cheese.
Did you? Oh.
I burned the first one.
Well, it always takes practice.
Martha helped me fix it.
I'm glad she did. I bet it tastes amazing. Let's go try it.
And she will accompany you to the cafeteria. Does Jean do anything else? Do you talk to anybody else?
No. I think he just kind of he's glad to see his sister after kind of realizing that, there are families here and some people don't have families. He realizes that he and Izzy, they left their mom and their dad after stabbing his mom in the neck or head with a tranq dart, realizing that she was a sleeper. He stowed that deep in the back of his brain, and it just kind of came crawling back up. He doesn't know if he'll actually see them, and if he does, he doesn't know what he's going to do, and he doesn't know how to go about that if they do see them again, if Izzy sees them again, if she's going to run to them or stay with him. And seeing them here, it kind of just pulls at something deep in his heart.
It also occurs to you, Jean, that you remember when the conversation was being had with Arcana, who's inside, that over 8,000 people had been awakened. And it might occur to you that you're not sure whether or not that included your parents. They're still inside.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of dwell on that thought for a minute, and then Izzy sits down beside you with your mac and cheese, and kind of nudges you, but with her head.
Eat.
Huh?
What's the matter?
I'm just, I guess, thinking, like,
Are you
after
thinking about mom and dad again?
Yeah, I don't know where they are. Like, we left them, and Izzy, I don't know if I told you, but when we were leaving, I saw Mom, but she was sleeping. She was a sleeper, sleepwalking.
He's got the brain thing? Sleep?
Yeah, the brain sleep. And I don't know about Dad, but, I don't know if they're awake, like if they're all there. And I don't know if, if they think that we're gone or missing or something. I don't even know if they're looking for us.
Izzy is quiet for a minute.
If they still have the brain sleep, they might not, but if they don't, then I think we're gonna see them again. Cause we're gonna win and save them, right? That's what superheroes do?
Yeah. That's what heroes do.
So we didn't leave them. We went to fight the bad guy. And then when we go back, they'll be safe.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Because heroes have to leave home to make home safe.
You're right. They do. And when we come back, it'll be okay.
Yeah.
Jean goes to wrap his arm around around Izzy, kind of like scruffing her hair a little bit, and then he, with his other hand, kind of like takes a spoonful of the mac and cheese.
It still tastes a little burnt. She tried her hardest.
Out of all the times you've made this isn't bad.
Really?
Yeah. Needs a little bit of work, but I think you could be possibly one of the best dress design chefs out there when we get older.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I want to open a kitchen with a runway.
And she starts eating her mac and cheese.
That sounds amazing.
And between mouthfuls of mac and cheese, she says,
and the models, when they get to the end of the runway, they get a snack.
You get a snack? Ooh,
Yeah.
That sounds like a good incentive to work there.
Yeah.
Pip agrees.
Pip
Thanks,
does.
Pip.
Yay!
And you eat some lightly burnt mac and cheese.
Awesome.
Does Jean do anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Let's start off with our extra crispy therapist. Lillian, I assume you're in the infirmary.
Forgot I was on push to talk. I don't think they let her leave.
Not at the moment, no. All
So
things
she's-
considered.
She's sitting there grumbling lightly. Does she have a visit with the doc soon, or is she left to her own devices?
You're in the same infirmary chamber, the long-term care chamber as Kira and Charlotte are. You're just kind of in a different bed. So you're due for a check-in with Atticus here in a minute. And then it will be time for you to kind of get up and get exercise until you're allowed to walk around for a bit.
So fucking excited.
So Atticus comes over, kind of slides the curtain aside, sits down and pulls out the stethoscope. All right, let's have a look at you. How are you feeling today?
Peachy.
And the truth? Go ahead and roll me a physique, Lillian. Let's see how you are doing today.
All right, can I apply strength from determination?
In this case, no. This is just a flat physique.
All right, she can't will herself to be better. Damn.
You cannot will yourself to not feel like shit, but you can will yourself through feeling like shit.
One.
You don't feel terrible. You feel better than you did yesterday at the very least. You're a little bit sore in places. Your eyes kind of hurt sometimes. Your chest hurts from time to time, but it's not as bad as it used to be. You're doing okay. As okay as you can.
She shrugs. The usual aches and pains. I've had worse, though.
I wonder why. He looks up at you, though you can't really see him very well. You do have some vision today. Your eyes aren't completely shot, so you can kind of see him. It's kind of like looking at... You're basically at a stage where you're looking at the world through a dirty window. Everything's kind of fuzzy and blurry, as he then goes to start checking your eyes. We might be able to help some of your vision issues with glasses. I will need to find an optometrist somewhere in this place, but we'll see if that works out.
Worst comes to worst, I could steal glasses from someone. She means Lincoln.
Prescriptions are not transferable.
Oh, you're no fun.
So I'm told. How are you doing on your pain-killing medication? He will check the bottle. He'll need a refill soon. All right. I just need to check your vitals, and then you are free to wander. For a short time. 2 hours.
Fine.
He checks your heart rate, listens to your lungs, checks your nerves. In particular, he checks the bandaged, recently treated burn wounds on you. And then after a few minutes, he finishes his examination. All right, you're in enough shape, at least, to go and wander. So, go ahead. I expect you back here in 2 hours. Do not overdo it, or I will strap you to that bed. Right, there you go. And he hands you your pain meds, and he gets up and heads back to his desk.
Takes her pain meds. And does she have like a little seeing eye stick at the moment, out of curiosity?
Yes, she does.
All right. She basically hops out of bed. She's so damn excited to move.
And away you go. You have freedom to roam. Where do you go?
First thing she does, she heads over to Kira's bed, and she's still out, right?
Kira is down.
Yeah. She goes and gives her friend a little kiss on the forehead.
Okay. Kira does not respond, but of course she doesn't. She's in a coma.
Oh, yeah, naturally. We'll get you out soon enough, I hope. She glares at Atticus for just to have something to glare at.
I can see you.
I can't see you. She
I know.
and she makes her wandering around. She doesn't know where anyone is or where to find anything, so she tries to find her way to the outside to at least experience the actual wind on her face.
Well,
We'll go from there.
first, let's see if you can find your way outside. I'm gonna have you roll me a random real quick. Let's just see your luck at being able to stumble fuck your way around, and then we'll find out whether or not you navigate your way there otherwise. You get lost as fuck. You leave the infirmary and promptly head further into the base. After about 15 minutes, you find yourself in an empty room full of couches that just seem to have been tossed in here, and you are lost.
I really should print out a map for this place. She's alone in here, though, right?
You are alone in here, yes.
She reaches around, she pats. I was like, where's that fucking... Oh, here it is. Because she does have a light, right?
Yeah, you have a light.
While I have a second alone, she opens it up. And I apologize, I don't have any fancy words right now. But lay on hands. We probably should sit down and talk at some point. I ought to devote myself more to Mercy. And, well, in terms of voices, you and I are probably you're probably the only one I can sit comfortably with. She runs a hand through what's left of her hair after she's done. Fuck, I'm tired. And gets up and tries to find her way out again.
I imagine so.
I appreciate the turnaround. She sits back down.
After the loss of the martyr, again, I suspected you needed someone to talk to. So yes, here I am.
Yeah, keep the broken one company. I get it. She grouses lightly before saying, sorry. Just a bit grumpy from getting held up.
Severe damage. We do that. I understand the frustration at inaction there. I do. You seem a little lost, however. Physically.
Well, it's kind of hard to get around when you can't see. I don't really have a seeing eye, anyone.
You do not, no. Perhaps we can rectify that. We'll have to look around. In any case, though, if you wish to devote yourself to mercy and compassion, I would be glad for it, and glad to have you.
I fought for a long time. With every bone, every sinew of my being. And in many ways, I still lost. And for a long time, I thought that's all I would be, worn out. Maybe now that I'm burnt out, ironically, I can actually help people.
Sometimes it takes a lot more than you would realize to temper those flames. Fire of that nature can be destructive, but fire also brings life. Merely a matter of understanding its application. Yes?
I do. The only reason I survived was there was the fire around me that wanted to consume me. And there was the fire inside that kept me going. The fire started every time my dad or my mom held me. It was started every time I sat down with Ambria, Kira, and Baxter. When I first kissed Lincoln. Their love.
Then I think it is natural that you find resonance with me.
Yeah, besides, at this point, I'm probably best for telling people what they're doing isn't that smart, you know, what wisdom I gained from all the stupid things I've done. She smiles despite it hurting, probably.
Lessons learned. Yes.
And I've had a question of something I could learn to do.
Of course. Ask away.
When I was burned, I was in my body, but I wasn't. And it was easier for me to go into that illusion.
Into the drain.
Yeah. Can I learn to do that?
It can be difficult, but yes, I believe you can.
Well, I'd like to. It's not like I have a lot of other things I can do, just sitting in the bed waiting to heal.
I think that we can arrange something.
Alright. Now, talking about me not being able to see, can you help me find two people? Or, well, one person specifically and anyone else I know, secondly.
Of course. Who do you want to find?
I need to find Dax. I have something to throw at him.
He is downstairs. You'll need to leave this room and take a bite.
Alright. She grabs something small and soft she can throw at him. And follows her instructions and see if she can just pick him out in a crowd. Has she gotten to the point where she can make out shapes?
You can make out shapes, yes. You go downstairs and following Leon Hans's instructions and step through the door. Dax stands up and he takes a minute for him to realize who you are. And you hear him in the room as he says, Lillian?
He's like, oh, that one. She throws whatever paper she crunched up at his head.
He doesn't even move. The paper bounces off his head and he's like, what the fuck?
Just wanted to remind you of your place.
Oh, it feels like home.
Yep. How you finding it?
I don't know yet. I'll be honest, I'm mostly just trying to catch up on the not sleeping we've been doing, you know?
Actually, she considers what she's been doing for the last few, was it months?
Yep.
I don't actually.
You okay? Lincoln kind of told me what happened.
She looks down at me. At herself says, "Oh, I've been trying a new skincare routine. You like it?"
Might have the heat turned up too high.
Ah.
It's good to see you, Bandit.
Ah. Shocking as it say, it's good to see you too. You're a lot less whiny now.
Wow.
Someone's got to keep you on your toes.
He sighs. I guess.
All right. I got to keep moving. Got to get my exercise in before they lock me back in that room.
Good luck. He tosses the paper back at you as you head out.
She probably isn't able to catch it. And she just kind of whispers, lay on hands. All right. Feel free to let me run into whoever you think needs me.
Well, if we're being honest, most of you need extensive therapy.
I didn't catch what she said.
Most of you need extensive therapy.
That is a given, but some are actively crashing and burning, and others are just doing it a bit more slowly.
I think that's probably true. That said,
I think if I talk to Alex again, though, she might try to kill me.
perhaps give her time. I think everyone is eventually going to make their way towards the cafeteria. You have plans to make.
Plans to make. That's a good idea. All right, cafeteria. Let's go.
And she directs you to the cafeteria.
Alrighty. Lillian goes to the cafeteria. If there is food available at said cafeteria, she will eat. Because I don't know what she's been allowed to eat previously. It just appreciates getting to be somewhere other than a hospital room.
You head to the cafeteria, and everyone else will slowly begin making their way there as well, as everybody gets the chance to talk to their various individuals and do their tasks around the facility. So you head to the cafeteria. Where's Jack right now?
I don't know. He collapsed last I was with him.
Let me look at Jack's sheet.
That was the finale.
Yeah, he had a collapsed lung.
He sure did. So Jack, you've kind of been in and out of the infirmary. Right now you're probably still asleep and just kind of waking up. As you'd gone through your latest round of treatment, Jack can wipe out his mild and moderate consequences now. The collapsed lung, you can mark it as treated. Will still be a little touch and go for a few more weeks until it fully heals.
You can't stop the cowboy.
But Jack, you wake up and step out from the dormitory. You only vaguely remember having crashed here, but then now you kind of vaguely remember where you are. You hear Alex tinkering away in her room. You can hear murmured voices coming through the door from Kaede and Adam's room as they're talking to each other. And it seems like everybody else is probably gone, out doing other things in the building.
Reaches it up, looks around. Where the fuck's my hat?
You find your hat is hanging on one of the bedposts beside your head.
He grabs his hat, dusts it off, puts it on and says, "Well, I'm back." And he walks out. A panel falls from the roof and kills him. Anyways.
No. Not unless you roll several zeros in a row. So you head out. Do you just go to the cafeteria, or do you pause to talk to anybody who's in the dorm first?
He looks around. He said Kaede was with who?
Kaede is in her room talking to Adam, so you can hear the twins talking in there.
Never get between twins. That's some good advice he picked up from an old woman in Kentucky.
There's a story there that I'm not going to ask for. But you also...
It's fine.
Kaede, are you talking to Adam with the door shut, or is the door open and you guys are just kind of talking about stuff?
No, the door's open.
Okay. So you can see Adam is kind of doing her physical therapy stretches, and you see Kaede, you're sitting on the bed.
Yeah, she's just sitting on the bed.
Okay. So Jack, you see the twins, they're just kind of hanging out, talking. You hear Alex tinkering in her room, as she works on the phones.
Hey, Alex, is that door shut?
It's closed, but it's not locked.
He passes by the twins and just tips his hat. Morning, and he pokes his head in.
Kaede, you know that it is not morning.
What time is it?
It's 3 p.m.
You know it's 3 p.m., right, Jack?
I just woke up. Give me some space.
I'm just joking.
All right. He pokes his head in Alex's room and opens with, "So, they fallen apart without me yet?"
Alex looks up from where she's working on the phones. Like, her jacket's off, so you can actually see the bandages in her scarred hands. As she looks up, she's like, partially. So you're up and around again?
Don't sound so disappointed.
You had a bad lung. I'm surprised you're not still resting.
I can rest plenty while I'm moving around doing some light work.
That work is the opposite of rest? Also, knowing you'd overdo it.
When was the last time I overdid something?
Wasn't there a whole thing where you tried to get something with your rope that was outside the car?
That wasn't overdoing it. That was called not understanding. And I don't understand a lot. That's why I talk to you.
Oh, I question your choice in who to talk to.
Oh, no, don't laugh.
Don't.
Don't laugh.
I do not want to be responsible for you having to go back in intensive care. Please don't. Because I can't carry you there. And she's got her crutches leaning against the desk, too.
I mean, considering I'm normally the one that carries you, yeah.
She's mixed face.
I know a lot of people that wouldn't mind not having to walk anywhere. You're the first person I met who complains about it.
Well, when you nearly lose the ability to, you don't take things for granted anymore. I'm not defined by the injury, though.
No, you're defined by, and he gets a sly look. You're defined by your cheery attitude.
Alex is going to throw a flathead at him.
Alex, roll a shoot. Jack, are you going to catch it? If so, roll your physique.
Aha.
What the heck is that physique?
It's maxed.
Jack, you catch it.
Good throw.
She just kind of shakes her head at him.
He hands the flathead back. I'm gonna see if I can find some grub. You want anything?
Just whatever they have. I'm gonna stay here working on these since this is gonna take me a while.
Got it. And he heads off to find food. And Jack, unlike Lillian, is not too proud to ask for directions.
Jack, you ask the nearest house for directions. They direct you to the cafeteria.
And he doesn't get lost.
He does not.
That.
The hat. All right, Jack, you make your way. All right. Let's go ahead and we'll finish up with Baxter and Chance, and then we'll go to break, and you guys will make your plans and get ready to begin the next part of this war, which is trying to get this tower running, so that the deliberative can happen. Baxter, where you at?
Well, since Baxter recently had surgery, wouldn't he be in bed?
You would be, indeed. So you had a minor surgery, minimally invasive. Atticus is used basically a kind of an innovative technique that he uses for minimally invasive surgery that treated your hernia. You were in the infirmary overnight, and then in the morning they let you go back to your room. So have you left since then, or are you still in bed?
I guess he would just now be waking up then.
Go ahead and roll me a physique. Let's see how you feel.
What is my physique?
You feel okay. Your abdomen is a little bit sore, particularly from the surgery. Your bandages are well wrapped, so you're not in terribly much pain. You've got a bottle of painkillers by your bedside that you're able to take before you wander off if you so choose to go and do a wander.
Yes, he will go do a wander.
Okay, you wander off. Do you go anywhere in particular, or are you just kind of meandering around the building?
Mostly just walking around.
Okay. So you head out and just go walk around. Do you talk to anybody or just kind of check things out?
Mostly just check things out for now.
Okay. You wander around, you see that there are a lot of people here in the building now. You see that there are kind of construction projects that are going on that are converting some of the rooms that may have been used for less altruistic purposes, maybe torture chambers, it's hard to tell. Those are being kind of torn apart, cleaned out, and then you see that they're being like repainted and being prepared for becoming other things. New dormitories being built in some of the medical areas. So you do see that there are a lot of people here. But your guys' section of the building is a little bit less crowded as the new people that are processed are brought into the other areas of the building as they are basically filtered in and kind of checked in. Do you simply head to the cafeteria?
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way to the cafeteria, see that everybody else is kind of heading there themselves. Adam looks to you, Kaede, and also says, "Hey, it's after lunch. Let's go get some food."
I gave Atticus my blood.
Good. What'd he say?
He's gonna take your blood too to see if he can figure out what they did and if something's still in my system.
Makes sense. Okay. That works for me.
I realized that me talking shit and trying to fight isn't gonna work on them. It's not worth it anymore, Adam. I can't keep fighting like this. It's going to get me killed.
Yeah, it is. And I've been telling you for years that you probably shouldn't talk so much shit.
And I can't lose you. so
You're not gonna lose me.
feels like it. And she's kind of crying at this point. I just
Adam sits on the bed beside her. Hey, it got touch and go there because we all did something incredibly stupid that we all agreed to do. But we're okay. We made it. Nobody died. And that is a lot more than I thought we would be able to say at the end of that. So, it's all right. And Adam will hug you.
she'll hug her back. He asked me about Steven and Tasha. And Mom.
Still haven't heard from her yet.
No. You know she's gonna be raising hell to try to get here.
Probably. Guess we'll see.
But I figured I want to get them back, all of them, for what they did. Dad, too. Sperm donor, not Henry.
Well, then we need to beat them. And I think that'll be enough payback.
I hope me giving him this blood will throw it back at their face. I really do. That's
Me
kind
too.
of why I did it.
And
I
we've
wanna
got
know-
evidence now.
I know I need to change and be different, and God, I'm going to try, but
It's hard to change, and it's okay. I get it. I really, really do.
I'm just tired of fighting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess we better go.
Yeah, let's go. Get some food. It's a lot to think about.
Yeah. I still want to talk to you later.
We'll talk after everybody gets done with this planning stuff and figure out where to go.
Can Adam walk yet, or is she still in her wheelchair?
She can walk, but she kind of needs time to pause from time to time, so she will walk for a bit, and then you guys will pause, and then walk a little bit more, and then so on and so forth.
I need to like support her and help her when she needs it.
Okay. You guys head to the cafeteria. Last on the docket is Chance. How you doing, murder hobo? Mic issues?
Murder.
There we
hobo.
go.
There we go.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, what you doing?
Probably. Well, I was in the infirmary for a little bit because someone sent me there.
Yes, indeed.
You needed to go, though.
Hey, go handle my heart murmurs.
You are now on a new heart medication that Atticus has given you. He's done your check-in for today, and you have been released back into the wild.
Mistake. He's gonna go take a second to go see where Mark is.
Okay. You head down the stairs after you ask Atticus maybe where Mark would be, and it takes Atticus a minute to kind of go through all the written down sort of instructions where they've been trying to keep track of all the patients coming in. This place does not have an electronic system. Everything is being done by hand, just simply because of who your enemy is. It is not safe to keep these records on a computer system, and so everything is being done by hand. It takes him a few minutes, but then he informs you that Mark is downstairs in the sub-basement in one of the intensive care rooms.
Gonna be able to have a full amount of time to go see him, but he's gonna take his chances and he'll make his way down to just check on Mark's status.
Okay. You head down the stairs and a woman meets you at the door as you go to step inside, and she almost starts to protest, but then sees who you are. And she goes, "Oh, hi. You're looking for somebody, yes? What can I help you with?"
Looking for Mark. As a check-in on him.
Ah, yes. She kind of glances over her shoulder, and you see that he is on a gurney, hooked up to tubes. He's got a breathing tube, and he is not conscious right now. She looks back to you and says, "Well, he is stable again. However, we were required to remove his left arm. There was very little that we could salvage, and so it is taking him some time to heal."
That makes sense.
He is resting at the moment. His latest operation was this morning, and so he is still out. But we can send word up when he wakes if you'd like to speak to him when he does.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Figure
Yeah.
someone's got to talk to him about yeah.
Certainly. Chance, right? That's your Chance.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. The pit boss let us know you might be coming down, so.
Yeah, that tracks. Ah, man. Alright, well, yeah, let's just come to check on him. We'll just be around and about, and, yeah, he offers a wave as he just struts his way out of there.
All right, you head back out. Do you go anywhere else to talk to anybody else?
Out.
Okay.
He's just going to stroll the halls and he's gonna let Fake take the wheel. Like, whoever walks up to him gets to interact with him. Have fun.
Go and roll me a random.
Okay. This totally will not end up to nip me in the butt.
We'll see.
If we end up getting the third, oh, thank God, it's low, not the third tick at least.
I need to roll again.
No, that's actually low.
Yeah, it's low.
Okay.
You are walking through the hallway and you bump into a let me see who you bump into. You bump into a kind of irritable Grace, who is on crutches and turns and almost starts to cuss you out and stops. "Oh, you. Hi. What's up?"
He takes a second to rack his brain, and he decides to try to go with a quippy, just to try to see if he can crack a smile out of Grace, like, hard dicks and airplanes.
We stated the obvious today.
Yes, 100%.
Noted.
You doing better?
She looks down at her broken leg.
Better than yesterday?
Well, I'm not dead. So yeah, we'll call it good.
That counts for something. You wouldn't have happened to see where Damien is, have you?
He's probably fucking with his Hummer.
Cool, I am not going to the garages then. Thank you!
That would be wise.
It's good catching up with you, Grace.
And Grace crushes herself down the hallway.
Oh my god.
You do not go to the garage. Do you go somewhere else?
He's just gonna roam the hallways.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll probably do that for a little bit until someone actually grabs him and pulls him somewhere that he needs to be.
Okay, so Chance, you go wander around.
Yep.
All right, and it's been about 2 hours. Lincoln, you have been learning how to drive a large vehicle. Go ahead and roll me a drive, and let's just see how well you've been doing. You pick it up very quickly. Despite the fact that he does not speak, Lawrence is still a fairly good teacher as he is very clear with his instructions to you. He runs you through paces. He kind of teaches you exercises for like how to turn a larger vehicle and how it would translate to how you would drive a smaller vehicle so that you have the frame of reference kind of between the two of them. And as you pull back into the garage, you had a productive lesson.
All right. I feel like tomorrow morning is going to go a lot smoother now. Thanks, Lawrence. I really do appreciate it.
Lawrence claps you on the shoulder. He hops out of the truck, waits for you to jump down, locks the door, and heads back inside. He pauses as he goes towards the door, turns around and signs to you. Let me know when you'd like another lesson.
Yeah, we'll do.
He gives you a nod and heads back inside.
Lincoln rubs the back of his neck. That's probably like one of the longest times that he's actually learned something from an adult that's been genuinely positive. And like that hits him.
You had a good lesson. It was actually not the worst day you've had in a while. As you hop down from the truck, at this time, Wraith, you have entered the garage. You went looking for Lincoln.
He's gonna wait for Lincoln to notice he's there.
Lincoln, go ahead and roll me a notice real quick.
Okay. The slash kind of disrupted it, but it's a 6.
Okay. Yeah, you spot him step inside.
Oh, hey, what's up, bud?
I managed to find the garage, and I didn't get that lost.
Yeah, at least it isn't 2 in the morning this time, trying to curl up in the fucking floorboard.
Hey, that might be later. Anyway, you driving a truck?
Yeah, I just got a lesson from a guy named Lawrence. It was actually very productive, so definitely feeling a lot more comfortable about it tomorrow.
I'm sure we would have been fine, but it's good to have. There's not a clutch in there too, is it?
Yes, it is a manual.
I don't know if Wendy can drive a truck, but we have you, and I think we have a Benji that it can drive decently well. I think Alex too.
Something on your mind?
Not really. Wanna go get some lunch?
You know, lunch actually sounds really good right now. I'd like that.
Awesome. Let's go get some snacks.
Lagan's gonna fall behind and he'll clasp Wraith on the shoulder as they're walking.
They're gonna go get some lunch.
All right, you guys head up to the cafeteria. And let's go ahead and take a real quick break. Take 5-10 minutes, maybe up to 15 if anybody needs to grab food or something. And then we will be back and we'll start digging into the planning session that you guys have and start breaking things down into teams. We will be back.
Actual lunch.
We'll be right back. Mm-hmm.
Rav has put so many emojis on that thread.
Yep.
I have seen too.
The little tiny violins, the explosion bomb.
Oh my god.
So, welcome back, everybody. Let's go ahead and proceed to the kind of meat of this session. Lincoln, you and Wraith make your way up to the cafeteria. Everybody at this point has made their way here, and so the entire team is here now presently.
And if Alex wasn't here, Alex would get fetched.
Benji, you go and fetch Alex, I assume?
Yep. Benji
Okay.
goes to fetch Alex, and we'll pull Alex away with the promise of food and figuring things later.
Okay. All of you are now in the cafeteria. Most of you have had a chance to eat. Those of you who haven't, you've got an opportunity to grab some food now. You are at a point where you have a number of objectives that you need to complete. You need to steal the bell so that you're able to signal to those who maybe are awake and don't know where they need to go, where they should come. You need to do a lot of scavenging, finding supplies, figure out what the hell happened to Harrisonburg. And then you have a more long-term objective that you need to complete. In the short term, you need to get the tower itself up and running so that the deliberative can take place. The deliberative, for those who may not remember, or just to re-establish what that is a meeting of all of the Alliance voices in the Pact, or the new Pact, aligning priorities and figuring out the way forward as Speak as One's war rages on, and as they make progress towards Red Dawn. It is a baseline understanding among all voices that though you guys are putting up a valiant fight, they are still, at this point, winning. Your job, or your hope, rather, is to change that. Whether or not you'll be successful in doing so, that yet remains to be seen. Your necessary objectives in the short term are to scavenge the parts that are necessary in order to fix or repair the building, and arm yourselves for the conflict ahead. Once the deliberative has taken place, the Dawnbreaker's objective is likely going to return, or going to turn to the Grand Relay nearby, yes?
More than likely.
You are not 100% sure how you guys are going to win this war. Lincoln has an idea that involves attempting to change the key of the instrument, but because the instrument is not a traditional one, it may not have a key to change. So your current objective is going to be to get the deliberative off of the ground so that you have an objective to move towards. So, with that, and knowing a lengthy list of things that need to be collected, you have multiple areas that you're going to need to spread out and find. So now you do have the opportunity to start talking about what you want to do. Take it away, team leader.
All right. Now that we're all here, we're all situated, got some food in our bellies. Let's talk about the game plan tomorrow. So obviously, none of this is going to get done without a means of transportation, because freight trucks that we have right now are too big, Camino's too small. There is a flatbed that we're going to be able to pick up from the construction site. I have been working with one of the adults here to learn how to drive a commercial vehicle. I'll be prepared to handle that tomorrow. The other things that we need to address up front is our first point of goal is we need to get this communication tower back up and running for our sake so we can get contact inside of town. To do that, Alex has a list of supplies that we're going to need to scav out of junkyards and any other location that we can find. It's going to take a second to pull out a map and set it across the table for everyone to take a look at. There are 3 sites in specific that I want to take a look at. 2 of them are nearby in Harrisonburg, and then there's a junkyard that's just a little bit further away from the construction site. My guess would be, since we have some extra hands here, We could probably grab some hosts, and 3 of us can work with those hosts to get the bell off of the church so we can bring it here to the radio center. Thoughts?
We do kind of need a signal, so it's pretty important. You're going to handle the driving on that one after we get the flatbed?
I'm going to be heading out in the morning. I'm probably going to take either Odd or Damien with me.
Okay. So you're going to pick up the flatbed and get it back. Then we'll use it later on for hitting the steeple.
I'll be heading out first thing in the morning. You guys will be heading directly to the sites. I'll be rendezvousing with each of you at a specific time.
All right. So you're going to round it. Okay. We might want to make sure that we've got the 2 sites picked as far away as possible. That way, if one of us gets enough focus, the other isn't going to necessarily get pinched in the same move.
Case scenario, we also have Saboteur.
Yeah. But the absence is also going to be as much of a signal flare, too. So if we can try to split that up, that might help. I don't know. Budgie's going to look and study the map.
Okay. What are you studying for?
He's looking for a general layout and trying to have an idea of, does the map have things like transit locations? Does it have maybe some of the other towns or areas or things that are marked that we might have run through or run by that we might know could be either places we're going to have to be wary moving around or where we could try to skirt through them and maybe get away with it?
None of you have made any effort up until now to make any kind of map like that. You have an atlas. That's all you have.
Okay. Benji will at least study the map to start trying to get something structured, beginning to structure something like that.
Effectively, you are in a position where upon leaving this base, you must be wary. There is no safe trail or path anywhere. There have been pop-up towns that are not on the map that you have no idea where they are. You guys stumbled across one of them, but you were not with that group. Kira was.
Yep.
And she is unconscious.
Yep.
Basically, beyond this base, expect to be accosted. There is no safe road. All of them are considered dangerous.
Okay.
You do, however, on the map have a list of the locations that you want to go scavenge. Lincoln, you wanted to mark which locations specifically?
There's a junkyard just a little bit, about 10 to 15 miles from the construction site. And there was one nearby Harrisonburg where 2 teams could probably deploy and take the bell and handle the scabbing.
So the junkyard outside of Harrisonburg, the junkyard in Harrisonburg, and then the bell itself.
Yes. It would be a 3-team mission.
Is going to just sort of stare at the map, but he's going to put a story stack in Call of the Wild so Wendy can have a better look at it too.
Okay. Go ahead and burn your fate. Since you're not going to be going into combat, I'm not going to ask you to add your things to chat, but just mark the fate that you're burning.
We're gonna see if she has any input on the location or what might be waiting that the tribe might have seen in the area.
Since the night began, these towns here have emptied. 2 new towns on this side of the mountain. We will know more when the rest of the tribe arrives.
And Wraith, your hand is guided to mark those things on the map.
Question, GM.
Yes.
Did it vanish the faint feeling of being hunted finally? From the shape.
It has faded to a point where you can no longer feel it, yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so hit the scav and hit the bell tower.
Coyote, you were at the bell tower before, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what you saw there?
I remember like there were 2 rooms in the back, correct me if I'm wrong, GM. And the bell was on an automatic thing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Like what, anything else like specifically?
You're able to recall some things that you had seen from the tower. Alex provided the sketched map that she made, and so you're able to look at the map and remember kind of what you had seen in some of the areas, and you're able to point out where you had seen the performers at the Old Tongue, where the ladder up to the second floor had been, and how you had gotten up to the bell tower. So you're able to relay all of that.
Do you think you would be able to get up to the top of that bell tower and take the bell down?
Yeah.
Do you think you can do that without alerting too much Sin?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm done fighting with them, Lincoln. I just want this to be over, so whatever I have to do, I'll do.
Okay. Can I trust you to be in charge of Chance and Jack to get this mission accomplished for us?
Yeah.
Okay. You are Team Tower. Understood?
Yeah.
All right. If things go sideways, I'm going to have a Scav Team Alpha. Your priority 1 is to get half the list that is on Alex's list from this junkyard site. Find what you can, pick it up, and put it in a pile for me to pick up. If things go south at the tower, try to create a diversion.
I can help with that.
Okay. Actually, since you jumped up with that, what if I put you, Alex, and Jean on Scav Alpha?
That's gonna be the junkyard?
Yes. It's going to be the junkyard. That's going to be the closest to the clock tower. Or, not clock tower, the bell tower.
Should work.
Go for it.
Finding more specific electronics, like what we're gonna need for the radio tower, from that location might be difficult, but
You do know that being in town, that junkyard in particular was near some other places that you could also scavenge on your way out.
so she's gonna, because there's a map of the town, right?
Yes, there is.
She'll point out where the locations they would need to go for the electronics they need for the tower are.
They're all close enough to the junkyard that your team could definitely do it.
So we're gonna have to prep to go indoors, break in, get stuff from these places if we want to fix the radio tower. That's gonna be specialized electronics.
Do you guys feel like you need an extra set of hands? We can probably supply you with a host, or God forbid, I could probably ask Dax to see if he has some spare hands available.
Dax might be trying to think of. I mentioned Chance to your Dax. Dax is willing to see if he can. He's asking all the club kids if they can think of a way that they might be able to help get those inside. He might be occupied.
Neat.
He also had some of the other decks from inside that he's willing to let you look at if you want to see if you can copy them.
I mean, I could, man, but, like, here's the deal. Doing that ink work and making sure that I have the power to believe and make all that work takes a lot of energy out of me. Like, I can probably get a deck done in a day, but I'm going to be asleep for, like, 12 hours. You wouldn't happen to know if any of those kiddos would be, like, interested in learning, like, this ink lore, or, you know, whatever you want to call it.
Dax probably has a bunch of people who would. Anything to help you out on that, yeah. He seemed real interested in it. So if that's something you can try teaching, yeah.
Teaching it is going to be a cinch. It's just, I need the people, actually, you know.
They're willing to help, so I told him about what you'd done already, and he looked real impressed. But that
Maybe
might
they can
be what
help me.
they're
Maybe
working
they
on.
can help me with the side project I want to work on.
And if it takes belief, I can do it too. I'm pretty strong-willed in that regard.
You got other things that you're needing to do.
I appreciate it, but let's make sure your mission comes first. But if there's free time, I will take you on that.
My will's pretty decent. I could probably help too, Chance.
Whatever keeps me busy.
All right, I like this. I like this a lot.
It takes my mind off things and keeps me out of trouble, so I'd be willing to help.
We can kind of just adjusts his glasses and pinches the bridge of his nose, like, of course you do.
But another hand to go along, couple of scavenge stuff, wouldn't be a bad idea to do. Maybe someone else who has some electronics knowledge, but who can also carry themselves. Because technically, out of that group, I'm mostly range focus. Jean's got a bat. Wraith is an all-rounder.
Baxter.
Yours
Not
is Alex, Jean, and Baxter.
Ah.
And yes, Baxter is all arounder.
We'll talk with some of the hosts and the other kids. We'll see what we can do. In the meantime, Scav Team Bravo, I'm gonna give to Wraith. You're gonna be taking point on this one. Sky and Benchy are gonna be following your lead.
You got it.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Should go without warning that the construction site and anywhere nearby was old Eidolon territory.
Also, beware of the dogs.
That too. While they may be there, they may not be there. I'm going to advise you, be mindful that greed might have left behind some traps. Especially those of the cipher variety. So, I need you to be on your toes about that. Got it?
Benji looks over at Aurelia.
Baxter is also looking at Aurelia.
No ciphers on a mission.
I will try my best.
Right.
If you hear a cipher, make a note about it. I'll see if we can get some hunter hosts together and you can go into town and have at it. How about that? Just compromise at this point.
Just mission first, then cipher. But he's just still watching Aurelia. Come on.
Aurelia
Or,
does a
like,
pout.
sister.
A mental one.
Kara's is bad about this.
All right. I'll be leaving to pick up that truck at 0500. Scav Team Bravo, I want you to have your pickup done by 0800. Scav Team Alpha and Bell Tower, I want you guys done by at least 10. Got it?
Got it.
Got it.
If you think time should differ, now's the time to speak up. Do we do morning or do we do night?
As long as I have some kind of communication for when I get word from the tribe, I think any time should be good.
Wouldn't night give us more cover though?
I got a quick question about that. When we go out, is it day or night out there? Remember last time, sun's not always out. So is it going to actually make a difference?
If we do day, we can see better, but they can see better. If we go night, we can't see, but neither can they. To pick a poison at this point.
I mean, I like the idea of them, I mean, we can still try to see, but they still have that disadvantage as well, so.
GM, can I make an inference from what Benji said? Like, is the longest night still happening outside of the radio tower?
Roaming inside.
Is proof with evidence applicable for this one since I did go outside the tower
Yes.
for a little bit?
Yes, you did. Go ahead. It's enough. You very distinctly remember the fact that Speak as One was very clear that the longest night has fallen and it will not end until the sun rises. The next phase of Red Dawn is sunrise. So until that happens, it's probably dark outside. You guys are in one of the very few patches of sunlight in the Arcusi right now.
Does everyone have an accurate timepiece is a question with a lot of our phones fried.
There
Some
are
people have watches too.
some of you have watches, some of you have working phones, so you do have a way to synchronize your times before you guys head out.
We synchronize the night before and then we make our way out.
Question: how many of us have busted phones?
Mine's fried.
All right, let's do it this way. Tower team, who has a busted phone?
I have a phone that works still, but you're not gonna like it.
I have a few old stalker phones.
You are not on tower team.
I know, I'm just saying.
He's asking team by team.
But it is a good note. So thanks, Baxter.
Yeah.
So you say you have a phone, but I'm not gonna like it.
Yeah.
I have a pretty good feeling about what phone he's talking about, right?
Uh-huh.
Is Jack's phone operable?
I don't think Jack has rolls.
My other two phones got fried. I've been using this one sparingly. I need one of the tech people to look at it and see if Nicole might have put tracking or a way that she can read my messages.
Alex?
How long have you had that phone?
A while.
I would have hoped tracking would have come up sooner than this, but let me see it.
She'll hand the phone to Alex. I don't.
Alex, go ahead and roll me a mechanics.
I don't know if she put tracking on it, but
Harmony, if she wanted to find us, she'll just find us. I don't think it matters much.
I've also-
Can I re-roll that with Tinker?
Yep, go for it.
I've also got a device that breaks stalker phones.
You do have a
That I made a while
jailbreaking
ago.
device, yes. That said,
Holy crud!
Oh, yes,
okay.
Alex.
I know this phone.
Damn.
Alex, you identify that this is just a standard burner phone that somebody bought from a Walco outside of Redacre. 2, there is no tracking information on it, but that is also the strange thing about it. There are some preloaded contacts, and you find that there is a program on the phone, the purpose of which you're not able to get into, as you find that it is locked behind a pin. And it looks to be not a program fully, it looks to be some kind of information storage in the phone. Like somebody had left a cache of info documents on this phone.
There's not tracking on there, but there's something weird. It's some file storage was put on there that shouldn't be on here if it's a burner, and it's locked by a pin. I can't get into it, but someone put this on here.
Did Cole leave me information?
You have no idea.
It's a 4-digit pin?
It is a 6-digit pin.
Oh, that's even worse.
Is there any way you can jailbreak that pin out of the phone?
Not without losing the data.
Not if you want to lose everything that's stored in here.
Great, so we're
Six-
stuck with that codex.
6 digits. Probably a date, maybe something that's going to be important to whoever left it on here.
Well, it came from Nicole.
Did Nicole's Harmony number have a file? Did Nicole's Harmony profile have a project number on it?
It had a patient number, but it was not a digit. It was not numerical digits. Her patient number is a combination of notes and digits, but it is not 6 characters. It's like 9 or 10.
Well, this is a new mystery that we're gonna have to dig into when we have time.
Don't you have Nicole's journal?
This isn't something we can easily force because a lot of security measures on these. You try too many times, get it wrong, it may automatically lock it or wipe it.
Why not
That's
just-
why it's just. That's why we take time to figure out what exactly could be from information on the outside. Where
Or-
there's a world, there is evidence, and when there is evidence, there is the truth.
And
I have an
Lily
idea.
Beth is itching that little investigator part of you really bad, and she's going to slide the phone back over to Akaide.
Why not just ask her?
That's what I've been.
Because that's going to come with a bargain. And with those bargains, it's just going to hurt us more.
You
We
can't
can't
always
trust
do the
them with.
devil.
Exactly.
They're not gonna hurt you guys. It's gonna hurt me.
They're still not ones to bargain with because
It
we
doesn't-
may not like the price.
And on top of that, it's not just you that it's going to hurt. It is going to impact us in a degree that you might not even see.
Why would she put it on there and not give me?
Given what I've seen, she likes to play with her food before she eats it.
Can I roll an insight, GM?
You can. I will tell you that the difficulty is going to be very, very high.
Like how high?
Like a difficulty 9 or 10.
I'm not gonna be able to make it. I have a 3. I'll
You
try.
you could try to see if you crit, and you can make some connections. Otherwise, yeah, there you go.
No.
Nicole revealed a couple of pieces of information to you that she had no need to tell you, that she didn't really have to say, that you didn't pay for, but other things you have. So you're not 100% sure because Nicole has no consistency. You're not sure if she wants to help you or if you are a pawn on a chessboard. It could be one or both, or it could be something else entirely. She did tell you without prompting that the Harmonies have a kill switch. You didn't pay for that information. but also then she asked you for your blood for something else. So it's,
Yeah.
you know, a bag of wet cats with Nicole. You never know if she's going to kill you or not.
She did give us the information that the Harmonies have the kill switches. I didn't ask for that information. She just gave that to me.
Be too soon to infer that whatever is behind that folder may be the kill switch information that we need. But again, it's something to look into when we have the time for it, or if we find something on the field. For now, just ease off on it. We'll deal with it later.
Okay. She'll put the phone back in her pocket. Now knowing that phone is safe to text people. And thank you, Alex.
She just kind of gives a curt nod.
All right. So, tower team's covered. Scav team Alpha. Do you guys have a working phone?
I don't.
Nope. I do.
All right. Point of contact is going to be Baxter then. Scav team Bravo. Who has a working phone?
Mine's fried.
My stalker phone works. It's the only one I've got. We got some parts from Dax to try to fix Aurelia's phone. Alex is still working on it, but I think they're color-coded or organized right now. And did you make trays?
It's
He
a
looks over at
system.
Alex.
It is a system.
Are there enough parts to be able to try to fix one?
How did I do my rolls?
You did quite well, actually. You were able to salvage a lot of parts from these phones to the point where you could feasibly repair 2 phones and make 2 functional phones from the parts that you have.
Actually, I got enough to maybe repair a second phone too, if we can find one that's not as fried as that one was.
Then we could get a phone for our team and one of the other teams that needs another backup. Get someone else's phone fixed then.
Good. Or if you guys want to risk it, we could give that second phone to an auxiliary team, like with a bunch of tracker hosts, so they are on relay in case anyone needs any assistance.
If there's going to be another team going out, we should make sure that they've got a phone that we can contact them and they can contact us.
I'm going to make sure this is your guys' choice on if you want an Ox team or not, because I know you guys don't trust a lot of the adults, but it could help if you guys are getting in a pinch. This one's on you, so make your decision.
I don't mind tracker team, but I think with our group, we should move at night.
It's gonna be nighttime out there anyways.
I know, but there's a little bit of daylight, but I figure with our comp, we would be better moving in the dark.
No, there's no light.
The longest night is still happening out there. It's not going to end until the Talking Heads actually bring their sunrise stage of Red Dawn into fruition. We're lucky we have this patch of sunlight right now, but everywhere else, like, you may have pockets of sun, but it's still going to be pitch black.
So we're going to be good for that, for having night cover.
Wraith, however, does bring up a good point. Even though that everything is going to be pitch black, we still have internal body clocks. We're still going to run on the same motion of hours, whether it's light or dark, even if it's a little wonky. So we can move the launch time to a later period.
Benji has no concept of a circadian rhythm, so it doesn't matter to him right now.
Skylar has night vision.
Yes, she does.
All right.
She's gonna be effective anywhere.
Let's shift the AM times to PM times.
Okay.
So I'll make my way over to the construction site at 5 p.m. That should be, if there's any sleepers or anything around, should be end of shift. So no one should be on that site.
You might be able to catch them before they're doing the evening rotation. I don't know how things are changing. I can't get enough from the song to figure it out.
Actually, that brings up a good point. Is there any inference that Lincoln can make on shift change from the times that he remembered discussing with Ishmael about? Or at least
Shift change for Lucids?
Well, shift change for Lucids, and maybe if it works for Sleepers as well. Yeah.
Ishmael never really went into it.
Okay.
Part of it is that the longest night hadn't fully started by the time you guys spoke with Ishmael last. You haven't spoken to him in a while, actually. His contact is currently in a coma.
Yeah.
Would he be able to make an inference based on the times reported from when we're scoping out the facility?
Not from that, because it was Circle the Dead who you were observing, not Speak as One.
Ah, true.
Is it something Benji might be able to try to listen for with RTD helping him to see if he can try to get an understanding out from the song of how the orders are flowing?
Because of how quiet the song is here, not really. Not without leaving the protection of the base.
Okay. It might be something he does while they're out.
Yes. While you're out and actually actively out there, you might be able to start doing that and see if you can figure out where things are, whether or not there's any cues for changes in the shifts. But here you cannot.
Okay. When we head out, I can ask the pit boss to kind of help me stay grounded, and I'll see if I can listen and pick anything out from the song.
You can pick those details. That would actually help. But do not risk yourself for the sake of everyone else.
I think the pit boss can help me not forget that part.
Worst case scenario, if Skylar is gonna bring Saboteur, we can use that, and I'll bring Unstoppable. That way we have different decks for the mission.
That's correct. So at least one person out of these three teams will have a way to either silence or temporarily neutralize the song in its moment. It's not a foolproof plan, but it can help if push comes to shove.
I still have my tit ability I can use too if things get bad.
That's your team's backup plan, because no one on your side has Saboteur.
Yeah.
All right. Any other points that we need to bring up while we're doing these missions? Anything we need to be looking out for? Any evidence that we need to collect? Any information that needs to be spread now? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Whatever parts you can get for modifying existing weaponry we have, and whatever we can get to make some more tripwire traps. If I can get the parts, I can make it.
Okay. I was looking around the base earlier, and if you guys find, I guess, like, more structural supplies, like, lumber, maybe even, like, concrete, or things that we can, help rebuild the fences and, reinforce them, that'd be great. We're getting a lot of people, and the safer we can make this place, the better.
All right. That's easy. I'll just steal from the construction site with Odd and Damien.
Yeah, you're heading to probably the best place for that, and if you're getting a flatbed, you can load the fuck out of it.
Yeah. Odd and I will load up in Damien's Hummer. We'll load up what supplies we can into the back of the truck, and I'll take the lumber with me while I'm picking the rest of the stuff up from you guys.
See if you can probably get any tools, too. If we've got a lot of people, we're gonna probably need way more tools than they've got here.
And if they have nails in the stores, I can see about picking those.
Who knows? Maybe someone goes into Harrison, they can find a Lowe's Depot.
I hate you, man.
Lowe's Depot.
I'm so mad.
I'll take a point of doom for that. I'll take a point of doom.
Lowe's despot.
Cease.
But yeah,
Everyone have ammo and a way to defend themselves just in case.
I think that might be everything then.
if you don't have a way to defend yourself, have something to defend yourself before you leave.
Got bear mace if anyone wants it.
You still have that?
I picked it up from the thing store.
I'd say that's really useful.
Any weaponry you can find when scavenging too, so that way people here can have more equipment. If we're going to be making this place a big refuge with a bell, we can expect the bad guys to come, so we'll need equipment and weapons.
You know, you bring up a good point. Since most of this is going to be talking heads territory now, if they're going to be redeveloping stuff and putting things into pockets, there has to be some core supply caches somewhere. I can have the Ox team running that in the meantime unless emergency comes up.
Hit supply caches. Hetney, chorus towns. They have to be setting up chorus runs. Okay.
And like, this is just like a totally optional thing, but like, find any maps on any like sleepers or lucids or anything that's giving a layout of like maybe what the maze is gonna look like, should totally give that to me.
Also steal their phones.
Maybe less on the phones,
But he just looks over at Chance. What are you planning?
I got a very special project and one last card I want to make for everyone's stock supply. He says that he steeples his fingers together.
Oh, all right.
And hear me out on this.
Mm-hmm.
It might help us find a way back into town.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say, stealing phones, I could take those parts to repair ours.
I was also going to say that I could break them instead of taking them apart, because I've got the device to do that.
Some of the stuff that comes that's on Lucid phones and Stalker phones ain't compatible.
And something tells me by now, your program might be a little bit outdated if they know
It's
we're doing
not.
this.
It's not outdated.
You don't know that, Baxter.
Nor does she.
You do realize Alex is the paranoid cautious one, right?
Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
And there it is.
So getting
It's not me
whatever
this time. It's not me.
getting whatever drop phones there can be so she can salvage parts to repair and like do stuff for ours.
Okay, so see if we can steal maps. Just don't hit. Benji just sighs and mumbles under his breath about not tranking Lucids repeatedly.
If we can get by the least amount of sin, we do that. Even if Elusa doesn't notice us, they might notice if their phone's gone, so...
That is one of the biggest points now that we have to remember. We're back in Talking Heads territory. We have to go back to club tradition. We need to stay quiet. The more sin we rack up, the more hell we're going to be in. And the more we put everyone here in Haven at risk. Do you all understand that?
Yeah.
I'd rather not try to outrun 8 shapes again.
I need a verbal confirmation from everyone. Do you understand?
Yes.
So just be sneaky. I'm gonna just point out, I've got no idea what your club rules are.
Don't be
Okay, I'll catch
sneaky.
you up later.
But just be quiet, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. Out of sight, out of mind.
That I can do.
Okay. You guys have a plan moving forward. You are ready to go. You finish your discussion. A couple of the hosts come in. Martha gets an update on what you guys are planning to do, and she agrees and goes off to talk to some of the other hosts to see if anybody can be on standby in the event of need. With your plans made, you are all free to head out and you go your separate ways. And I think that is where we will drop the curtain for tonight.
GM.
Yes.
Question.
We're going to come back to Kira at the beginning of the next session.
That actually wasn't the question.
Yes.
Because Bungie was given takedown, can I actually purchase part of
Yes.
that deck?
Yes, you can.
How advanced can I purchase on it?
Well, you can purchase the first couple of cards. So up to 3 for now, and then we'll see how long it's going to take you to learn the rest of it.
Okay.
Okay. And with that, let's go ahead and drop the curtain for tonight. A little bit shorter session as we get ready to go into some more intensive things. So we will call it there. Thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead and say goodbye to chat.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Have a wonderful time.
Needed a shorter session today. It's been a long week. I'm very, very, very tired and hitting a burnout point. So we are going to call it there tonight. With that, we will be back in 2 weeks to begin the actual scavenging missions and attempting to steal the bell from the cathedral in Harrisonburg. Thank you to everybody that tuned in today. We appreciate you guys as always. We will be back next weekend with the Misfits. We also have Baby Stalkers coming up on Friday, which should be an interesting time. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. We will catch you guys next time. Have a good night and stay awake.